Void of Fears. Before we jump into today's story, I've got a couple quick things. First, if you could smash that like button, drop a comment below, and hit subscribe if you haven't already. It seriously makes a huge difference. The YouTube algorithm loves that stuff and pushes my videos to new viewers. Secondly, I just launched the Void of Fears podcast on Spotify. Same stories, ad-free, and you can listen with your screen off. Links in the description. I really appreciate every single one of you who takes the time to support the channel. It means the world to me and helps keep it growing. Alright, enough of me rambling. Let's dive into today's story. The world celebrated the first immortal human. 3 weeks later, he was begging doctors to cut off his head, because something inside him was still alive after death should have come. I want to tell you this the way it actually happened. Not the press conference version, not the official statement that got released after the facility was sealed and the records were classified and everyone involved was told in very clear terms what they were and were not allowed to say. I want to tell you the real version, which is messier and slower and much, much worse. It starts with a man named Orin Vale, who almost deleted the recruitment call, and ends in the dark in the Norwegian Arctic, with a woman standing at a window watching something that used to be a person say goodbye. Everything in between is the part that nobody was supposed to know about. The facility where it happened was called The Cradle, which was the name the research team gave it because they believed they were building the future there. And people who believe they are building the future tend to give their buildings names that sound like beginnings. It was buried under 30 feet of ice shelf on the Svalbard archipelago in northern Norway, roughly 760 miles from the North Pole. If you have never been to that part of the world in winter, it is difficult to explain what it does to a person. The sun stops rising above the horizon in late October. It does not come back until late February. 4 full months where the sky above you is the same black at 2 in the afternoon as it is at 2 in the morning, where the only natural light you see is the aurora borealis moving green and slow across the dark like something breathing, and where the only artificial light is whatever you have brought with you. Researchers who have spent time in polar night describe it as introspective, peaceful some say, the kind of darkness that strips away distraction and leaves you alone with the things you were trying not to think about. The team that built the cradle would come to understand that description very well by the time it was over. They had brought a great deal with them that they were trying not to think about. The man who designed the procedure was Dr. Vallis Thorne, and the first thing you need to understand about him is that he was not the kind of scientist who gives interviews. He was not the kind of man who shows up at conferences or shakes hands for cameras or talks to journalists about what his work means for humanity. He was the kind of man who works 16-hour days for 11 years in a facility buried under the ice because he cannot stop, because the thing he is trying to solve sits behind his eyes every waking moment and will not let him rest until it is done. His eyes had been altered by the work itself. A decade of neural interfacing with the project's deep scan equipment had left him with silver cataract-like implants over both eyes, the residue of threading his own nervous system into the scanning rigs for long enough that they left a permanent mark, the way prolonged pressure leaves a mark on anything soft. He saw differently than other people now. He had never explained exactly how. He spoke almost entirely in metaphors, not because he was trying to be poetic, but because he had found over 11 years that precision language kept breaking down at the edges of what he was building. The concepts he was working with did not have proper words yet, and the words that existed were not honest enough to carry them. He said once to a colleague who asked him what the Lazarus thread procedure actually did to a person. It teaches the river it doesn't need to reach the sea. She wrote that down. She thought about it for 3 days. She never decided what it meant, but she understood why he said it that way, because Any more literal description would have started conversations she could tell he was not ready to have. The procedure's name was not his choice. It came from the man who paid for it, Severin Rook. Rook had made his money the way people make money when they are both brilliant and willing to do things other people won't, and he had spent the last decade deploying that money toward a single objective with the specific patience of a man who has been told he is dying and has decided not to accept the verdict. He funded cancer research centres in 3 countries. He built longevity clinics in Switzerland, in Singapore, in a private facility in Iceland where researchers worked under NDAs so comprehensive they covered thoughts. He was not doing this out of generosity. He was building a ladder and he wanted to be the first one up it. His degenerative neurological condition had been managed with money for 6 years by the time the Lazarus thread was ready. He was good at managing things with money. He was very good at presenting an unaffected front while the interior of him was becoming something he did not recognize. He expected to be the first person to receive the procedure. He was not, because Thorne had spent years identifying what the ideal recipient would look like, and Severin Rook, for all his resources and determination, did not match the profile. The person who matched the profile was a 38-year-old man named Orrin Vale, who found out the project existed through a recruitment call that he almost deleted because he assumed it was a survey. Orrin had spent 12 years as a deep-sea saturation welder, which is a profession that most people don't know exists and that the people who practice it describe in the particular tone you use when you are talking about something that tried to kill you more than once. Saturation diving means living inside a pressurized chamber for up to 28 days at a stretch, sealed inside a space no larger than the back of a bus with 2 or 3 other men. The pressure inside matched to whatever depth you'll be working at so that you don't have to decompress between shifts. You eat in there, you sleep in there. You cannot leave because decompression from serious depth takes days, sometimes close to a week, and the process has to be carefully controlled or it kills you in a very specific and ugly way. You are transported to the work site in a pressurized diving bell, lowered through the water in the dark, and you weld the undersides of oil platforms and deep pipeline systems in visibility so poor that experienced divers describe closing their eyes entirely and letting the repair happen through their hands alone, because trying to see in that water wastes energy and accomplishes nothing. The men who do this job for long enough develop something that is difficult to put a name to. It is not fearlessness. It is something more like a renegotiated relationship with the fact that you are going to die. Not acceptance, not peace, just the daily, practical acknowledgement of it, the same way you acknowledge the cold or the dark. It is part of the conditions. You work in it. And the other thing that happens, the thing that drew Thorne's attention to Orrin's medical records in the first place, is that years of breathing pressurized gas mixtures under extreme conditions does things to a nervous system that are not fully understood. The nitrogen narcosis that other divers fight constantly, the rapture of the deep, the feeling of intoxication and expansion, and the hallucinations that come with going too far down on the wrong gas mix. Orrin had developed a tolerance for it that no one could fully explain. His neural pathways degraded under pressure far more slowly than they should have. His brain had built something over 12 years that acted like a shock absorber between his consciousness and the conditions that would have unraveled someone else. That specific architecture was what Thorne needed. The recruitment call explained none of this. It offered a medical study, a substantial payment, and a confidentiality agreement. Orrin was between contracts. His back hurt from a salvage job in the North Sea, and the payment was real money. He signed, he flew to Norway. He was processed into the cradle on a grey morning in October, right at the beginning of the polar night, and he sat across from Vallis Thorne in a white room with white walls and white equipment, and listened to the procedure explained to him in calm, methodical language that described the risks without fully communicating them. He asked one question. He asked what it felt like. Thorne said, "We don't know yet. That's what we're here to find out." Orin nodded. He had spent 12 years going places no one fully understood. This felt familiar enough. The Lazarus thread procedure was conducted at 4 minutes after 10 in the morning on a Wednesday in the Cradle's main operating suite. Everything was white. The lighting panels in the ceiling were calibrated to simulate daylight because outside the facility there was none and wouldn't be for months. And the research had indicated that maintaining a simulation of natural light cycles was important for the psychological stability of personnel. The AI system they called Edison ran the neural mapping, her readouts scrolling across 12 screens simultaneously, mapping every signal in Orin's nervous system as the procedure walked him towards the edge of what should have been death. The procedure induced a controlled cardiac event. His heart stopped, his brain activity flatlined. The room went the specific kind of quiet that only exists when every person in it is holding something in. Thorne stood at the monitoring station with his hands clasped behind his backs and watched the screens through his silver-filmed eyes. He did not move. He did not speak. His breathing was the only evidence that he was still present inside himself. 11 minutes. That is how long Orin Vale was technically, clinically, measurably dead. Then his heart restarted. Not weakly, not gradually. It came back with a force that moved the cardiac readout like a fist hitting a table. His brain activity bloomed across the screen in a way that one of the junior technicians would later describe in her private journal as looking less like recovery and more like ignition. Orin opened his eyes. He looked at the ceiling. He stayed like that for a long time, longer than was comfortable to watch. And then he said, "I was somewhere. There were no walls." Thorne wrote it down, not on the official record, in his private journal, in handwriting so small it was nearly illegible, surrounded by the margins of pages he had filled with other observations he had not put in the official record. The official record said the procedure was complete, the patient had recovered, and vitals were stable. All of that was true. It was also not the whole story, and Thorne knew it. The announcement went out to the world 24 hours later. Every newsfeed, every broadcast channel, every language. Humanity had done it. A man had been clinically dead and returned, and the mechanism that returned him was permanent. The Lazarus thread had worked. The first immortal human being was sitting in a facility in Norway, and his name was Orin Vale, and the world was immediately, completely, extraordinarily drunk on it. People cried watching the announcement. Governments issued competing statements about what it meant for humanity. Religious leaders gave sermons about the soul. Philosophers wrote essays. Opinion pieces compared Orin to every landmark figure in the history of medicine and exploration. Within 4 hours, his face was on the front page of every major publication in the world. Severin Rook watched the press conference from a private hospital suite. He was connected to an IV line running something that kept the tremors manageable and the pain at a level he could perform through. He watched Orin's face on the screen for the entire duration of the conference without looking away. He did not cheer. He did not make a sound. When the broadcast ended, he called his assistant and said 4 words: "Begin the contingency plan." His assistant knew what that meant. He had been preparing for it for 2 years, on the quiet, in the specific way that very organized men prepare for the moment when the polite version of getting what they want is no longer available. Orin, across the world in the cradle, sat in front of cameras in a grey facility shirt and answered questions with the economy of a man who does not seek attention. He said the procedure had felt like falling asleep in a room full of sound. He said he was grateful. He said he felt fine. He was lying about the last one. He did not know this yet. He thought what he was feeling was the ordinary strangeness of having come through something enormous. He thought it would settle. 3 days after the procedure, a technician running a routine evaluation made a small mistake. He was distracted, reaching for something across the table, and a needle slipped and opened a cut across Orin's left forearm. 2 inches long, deep enough for stitches. The technician reached for the suture kit. He looked back. The cut was gone. Not closing, not healing in a way that could be called fast. Gone, the way a line drawn in water is gone. The skin sealed from one end to the other, as though it had simply decided to stop being open. The technician went completely still. Orin looked at his forearm. He turned it over, looked at the clean skin, and said, in a voice that held no particular emotion, "That happens now." The technician filed a report. Eda Sin logged the incident and added her own analysis. 6 pages of measurements and observations that ended with a line that nobody read carefully enough in those first days. Cell reconstruction architecture does not match subject's baseline tissue memory. Origin of repair. Instruction unidentified. That night at 2:15
Point
in the
C
morning,
is yours
Orin
now.
woke up screaming. The woman assigned to monitor him reached his quarters before the facility's alert systems had fully processed the
Kill them
sound.
all.
Her name was Naira Quell, and arriving first was what she did, because Naira Quell did not sleep the way other people slept. She had been an orbital war interrogator before she transitioned to corporate containment work, and somewhere in that career, she had undergone a surgical procedure that slowed and muted her heartbeat, making her nearly invisible to the biometric scanners that security systems in high-clearance facilities rely on. She moved through
Point
spaces
C
the
is
way
in enemy
a
hands.
person moves through them when they have spent
Point
years
B
learning to
belongs
leave
to
no
you.
trace. She heard Orin scream while the
Cores
monitors were
installed.
still calibrating.
Charging the laser.
She went in and found him sitting upright, both hands pressed against his temples, eyes open, staring at the wall across from him with the focused intensity of someone reading something that isn't there. She asked him what happened. He said, "Someone was talking. Inside the sound my blood makes when it moves, like a voice inside a pipe. I couldn't make out the words, but I could feel
Cannon
what they meant."
operational. Ready for
He
targeting
paused.
coordinates.
He lowered his hands. He looked at them the way you look at something you're not sure you can trust. It was counting, very carefully, counting something I can't see. She wrote it in her report. She sent the report to Thorne. His response came 3 hours later. Note it and continue observation. She did. She also began keeping a second set of notes that she sent to no one, stored on a device that was not connected to the facility's network, in a folder she labelled with the Norwegian word for uncertain. Here is something that actual researchers have documented in real hospitals, in peer-reviewed studies. Roughly 40% of people who undergo cardiac arrest and CPR and survive report that they were conscious during the process, not dreaming, not hallucinating in the way fever produces hallucinations. Conscious. They report structured thought, clear memory, perception. Some of them report being above their bodies, observing the resuscitation from a vantage point that shouldn't have been accessible to a brain receiving insufficient blood. Some report hearing conversations in other rooms. The neuroscientist Sam Parnia, who has studied cardiac arrest survivors for years, puts it plainly: the brain at the border of death doesn't go dark. It gets louder. It generates experiences more vivid and more structured than ordinary waking consciousness. The working theory is that this is what the brain does when it thinks it's at the end. It opens up everything it has. What Thorne had not told anyone, not the team, not the ethics board, not the funding documentation that Severin Rook's lawyers had reviewed line by line, was that the Lazarus thread procedure was designed to keep a person in that state, not all the way in it, not fully dead, not fully in whatever the brain produces at the threshold of dying, but close enough to the edge that the state persisted. The idea was that consciousness, caught at that threshold and held there, would anchor to the body differently, would lose the biological assumption that it needed to stop. The hook and the river, the metaphor he had used, meant this. Consciousness normally moves toward death the way a river moves toward the sea. It is pulled. It completes itself. The Lazarus thread was built to interrupt that completion, to hold the river where it was, to tell it at the level of nerve and cell and signal that this is where you stop. The question that kept him awake at night,
soon.
the one he had never found a satisfying answer to in 11 years of work, was what the river does when you tell it doesn't need to reach the sea. Whether it simply stays, or whether it finds another direction. 1 week after the procedure, during the physical stress evaluation that was meant
Hold on to your points.
a hydraulic
Seize
valve
there.
malfunctioned. Orion's left hand was caught in it.
An enemy ship
The
is
bones
pulling
in
into the
3
harbor.
fingers broke.
It's the Capricorn.
His palm split open along the base of the thumb. Naira watched through the observation glass. She watched what was next with focused, controlled attention of someone who has trained themselves not to react visibly to things that require reaction. The hand rebuilt, not slowly.
You've lost the dot.
Her fingers moved back into position with a sound that she would describe in her notes, similar to ice cracking inside a glass of warm water. A sound that should not come from the body in a process called healing. The palm sealed, the skin closed. Orion flexed his hand, looked at it, said nothing for almost a minute. Then he said quietly, "It's getting faster." 2 days later, Edison ran a deep neural scan.
Not my pet.
This was the third since the procedure. The first 2 had returned results within expected parameters. This one did not. The scan showed a second nervous system, not tuned, not an unusual growth, not an artifact of the scanning equipment. A fully organized parallel network of neural tissue running alongside Orion's existing system, the way a shadow runs alongside a processing cluster, infinitely dimensional, sending signals at a frequency that did not match human neural pulses, connected to no sensory equipment that anyone on the team could identify. It had not been there in the previous scan. It was there now, and it was not random tissue. It was not finished.
They've taken the
Thorne
bazaar
looked at the
from
scan
you.
for a very long time. Then he said, "It's not growing, it's being built. There is a difference." Naira asked him what the difference was. He said, "Growth doesn't know where it's going. Construction does." He looked out the speak to him for 6 hours. When he came back, he looked like a man who was done a calculation and received an answer he was hoping the math would
That's the
avoid.
stuff.
On the 10th day, Orion walked into the facility's underground loading corridor without clearance. He was not authorized to be there. No one had seen him leave his quarters. The corridor handling deliveries for the facility.
Be ready to give the signal and return fire once the cannons are loaded.
Struck him at a speed that should not have been survived. Witnesses described what happened afterward in terms that took several attempts to get into language.
You've taken the archway.
His heart had stopped. The impact had done things to a human body that would not survive it. And then, 90 seconds later, he sat up. He looked at the ceiling. He asked what day it was.
Cannons loaded. Ring the bell to signal them to fire.
Sin flagged an anomaly in a global, biometric monitoring feed she'd been quietly connected to since the procedure, pulling aggregate cardiac data across multiple continents as a baseline comparison for Orion's own vital signs. In the 90-second window during which Orion Vale's heart had been stopped, 11 people in 9 different countries had died of sudden, unexplained
Blue team, ring the
cardiac
bell.
failure.
Fire all
No
cannons.
shared medical history, no shared age group, no shared geography, nothing connecting them to each other or to
You've
Orion,
taken the archway.
except the time slip. 11 people who had been alive, and then in the same 90 seconds that Orion's heart was stopped. Thorne found this in his feed. He looked at it for a long time,
persevere.
Puts it in a secondary.
The bazaar is yours.
He labelled it low priority.
March on.
He did not tell Naira. He did not tell the team. He did not tell Owen. Nira found it 4 days later because Nira found everything eventually.
I've got the
She'd
target.
developed the habit of reviewing Edda's secondary logs every 72 hours. Not because she had been asked to, but because she had stopped trusting that what she was being shown and what was being generated were the same thing. She sat in the archive room alone and read the correlation report twice, very slowly.
They've taken the bazaar from you.
She thought about what it meant for one person's death to pull 11 others with it, like weights tied to a rope. She thought about what it would mean if that number was growing. Then she went and stood at Doran's observation window and looked at him. He was sitting on
You've
the edge
taken
of his
the
bed,
archway.
with his elbows on his knees and his eyes on the floor. And he looked like a man listening to something that everyone else in the room couldn't hear. By the end of the second week, Owen stopped sleeping. Not because he was avoiding it, not because of insomnia in any recognizable form.
I've got the
His
target.
body simply stopped requiring
You've lost the dock.
the restorative processes that sleep is supposed to manage were happening continuously now. In his waking
The bazaar
hours,
is
without
yours.
pause, without downtime. Edda's scans showed tissue.
Be ready to give the signal and return fire
Cells were
once
not
the
resting
cannons are loaded.
and repaired and scheduled the way human cells are supposed to.
March on.
They were on, all of them, all the time. In place of sleep, he sat. He began to describe things that were going to happen. Small things at first. Casual, like a man commenting on the weather. He mentioned to a technician, in passing, that the environmental system in the East Wing was going to produce an error in the next 20 minutes.
Cannons loaded. Ring the bell to signal them to
Told the
fire.
researcher while she was walking past his door that she was about to get news from home that would upset her.
Target identified.
She did. He did not elaborate on these things. He did not seem to find them remarkable. He mentioned them the way you mentioned that it looks like rain. Then, 12 days into the monitoring period, he asked Nira to sit down. He told her that in 3 days, Severin Rook was going to arrive at the facility. He told her the number of private security contractors Rook would bring. He described the legal filing that Rook would use to gain access, including specific language and sections she had not seen.
Blue team, ring the bell. Fire all cannons.
He described the code.
Got the target.
Naira looked at him for a long time after he finished. She asked him how he knew. Orion said, "It's less like knowing,
Your enemy
and more
took
like
the
someone who already
archway.
finished reading the book, and it's been left open to a page I haven't reached yet. I can see the words if I look." She asked him if it felt like a gift. He looked at her with an expression that she would spend a long time after trying to properly describe. He said, "It feels like standing in a room slowly filling with water, being able to see the exact height the water will reach before it gets there. That is
Together. Make
just a slower kind of
Feeling here.
Rook arrived at 11:15 in the morning, exactly as Orion described. He arrived with 12 contractors, a medical extraction team, and legal filing from a subsidiary company, the Cradle's administrative staff had encountered before. The filing gave Rook's company monitoring rights over Orion's ongoing medical data. It was, on paper, entirely clean. The legal team
You've
presenting
lost
it
the dock.
purely from the specific facilities council. Thorne reviewed it with Rook in the main conference room. His expression and silver-filmed eyes gave away nothing. After the lawyers stepped out of the room, Rook stayed. He straightened his jacket. He looked at
You've
Thorne.
taken the
He
archway.
said he needed the blood extraction protocols, specifically the samples drawn during Orion's active regeneration cycles. Thorne said,
Be ready to give the signal and return fire once the
Rook said,
cannons are
"I've
loaded.
been dying for 6 years, Vegas. I've been managing it very expensively for 6 years. I'm no longer interested in managing it. I funded this project because I intended to be its second subject.
Armored up.
You've told me the process cannot be replicated. Fine. Then give me the next best thing."
We persevere.
Thorne looked at him without moving. He said
Brace yourselves.
the process
All together.
because something changed when
Cannons loaded. Ring the bell to signal them to fire.
something in the environment of the procedure, something that
Brace
the
yourselves.
team was
March
able to
on.
fully account for. It left a mark, so
Never give up.
the mark on him is not what I believe it to be. Introducing what is in his blood to another body, a body without the architecture the procedure created, is not a treatment.
We shall
I cannot tell you precisely what it is. It is
persevere.
not a treatment. Brooke smiled. It was the smile of a man who has survived boardrooms and legal challenges for a progressive neurological condition for 6 years, treating every obstacle as a negotiation. He said, I'll take that risk. Thorne said, you are assuming it is your risk to take.
Rising.
Brooke left the
Persevere.
did not leave the facility. That same afternoon, Myra made a call that she had been building to work for 7 days.
Brace
Ever
yourselves.
since she had cross-referenced the early warning documents, then the project's pre-approval archive, and then his early scans, and found 2 things that
That's the
interact
stuff.
in a way that made her feel the specific cold that is nothing to do with temperature. The warning had been filed by a physicist named Felix Marr, who had been part of the early consultation process before being removed from the project. His objection had been classified as outside the scope of the research parameters,
The bazaar is
a
yours.
way of saying that no one wanted to deal with what he was describing. He had warned, in language that the review committee had found too imprecise for a scientific objection, that the Lazarus thread procedure violated what he called cognitive boundary laws. He could not make the committee understand precisely what he meant because the precise version of what he meant was something none of them had a framework for.
Blue team, ring the bell. Fire all cannons.
He went very far away. A decommissioned
Your team is
communications tower
victorious.
outside the polar circle. They had been transmitting radio signals into deep space for the past 4 years. He had not explained publicly why. If anyone asked, he said only that he was trying to apologize. Naira reached him through the tower's old communication line. The connection was poor. Static came
Be
through
ready
it
to
like
give the
wind,
signal and return
something
fire
vast
once the
inhaling
cannons are loaded.
and exhaling just behind the signal. When Ma answered, he sounded the way people sound when they have been waiting a long time for a specific phone to ring and it has finally rung, and they are not surprised and they are not relieved. She told him what was happening. She described the second nervous system, the accelerating regeneration, the 11 people who had died in the same 90 seconds that Orin's heart was stopped.
Cannons loaded. Ring the bell to signal them to
She
fire.
described the mirrors. She had not told Thorne about the mirrors yet. She had been keeping it to herself for 3 days because she wasn't sure how to file a report about it that didn't sound like a psychological deterioration. The mirrors in the facility had developed a lag, a half-second delay between movement and reflection, consistent, present in every reflective surface throughout the building, as though the reflections were processing what they were seeing before deciding to copy it. She had first noticed it in the glass of Orin's observation window, then in the polished equipment housing in the scanning suite, then in the washroom mirrors. She had asked 2 colleagues about it quietly, without explaining why she was asking, and both of them had noticed it too, and had been telling themselves they were tired. Ma was quiet for a long time after she finished. The static breathed. Then he said, "The procedure doesn't do what Thorne said it does. What Thorne believed he was doing was anchoring consciousness to the body during the death event, keeping the signal from dispersing. And he succeeded, technically. But the anchor doesn't terminate at the body. The anchor goes deeper than biology. When the Lazarus thread activated, when a human consciousness was held in the state of dying without completing dying, it produced a signal at a frequency that has not existed before. A frequency that says, here is a threshold, and nothing has crossed it. Here is the edge, and something is still on this side of it." He paused. "There is a layer beneath the physical, a layer that processes the completion of consciousness. I do not have a better word for it than that. and I've tried for 4 years to find one. Something in that layer heard the signal. Something that was resting, because the rule of the universe it knew was that everything eventually completed. Everything died. That was the constant. That was what allowed it to remain in a resting state. And you produced, for the first time in the history of biology, something that didn't complete. And it heard that, and it woke up enough to be curious. Nira said, "What is it?" Ma said, "I don't know what to call it. Something that predates the concept of biological death by long enough that our entire history of life on this planet is a very brief chapter. Something that was sleeping because there was no reason to be awake. Because everything died. And now one thing doesn't. And it followed the signal back to the source. And it is rebuilding Orin from the inside into something it can use as a fixed point in this world, a way to stay attached here, an anchor." He was quiet again. Orin isn't immortal because he can't die. He's immortal because death itself cannot locate him. Something has moved him out of reach, the way you move a key out of reach of someone who shouldn't have it. And while he's out of reach, it is constructing, inside his body, the equipment it needs to remain awake. The line crackled. The static breathed. "There is something else," Ma said. "The fear of death. The specific biological and neurological experience of being a living creature that knows it will die. Every human being generates it. It is constant. It is the oldest signal in the history of consciousness on this planet. And this intelligence has been using that signal for longer than we have existed as a kind of reference frequency, a way to stay calibrated in its resting state, the way background sound functions during sleep. You have disrupted that signal. Even one organism removed from the equation changes it. And the intelligence, in stirring, in waking enough to pursue Orin, has noticed the disruption. If it finishes what it is building inside him, if Orin continues, the disruption will not be local anymore." Nira said, "What does that mean?" Ma said, "It means the anchor won't be just him. It means whatever death cannot reach will grow. Outward, the way infection grows, the way anything grows when the conditions are right and there is nothing to stop it, until there is nothing left that can complete, until everything is caught, until the entire signal goes quiet." He paused one more time. Humanity's fear of death was the only thing keeping it asleep. You have given it a reason to wake up. An awaking intelligence, that scale, with that kind of reach. Experiencing curiosity for the first time in the entire history of biological life on this planet will not go back to sleep on its own. Nira sat alone in the communication room for a long time after she ended the call. The static continued for a moment after the line went dead, and then it stopped. And the silence was the particular silence of a place that is very far from anything else, buried under ice, surrounded by a dark that has been going for months, and will go for months more. She thought about Orin. She thought about the page he had described, already read, already finished. She thought about what he had said when she asked if the precognition felt like a gift. She thought about the 11 people. She thought about how many times he had died temporarily now, and how the number attached to each of those events was growing, and whether anyone else had connected those facts yet, and whether it mattered if they had. She went to find Thorn. He was in his office, which was the room with the most screens, which was the room where Thorn was always found, because Thorn navigated difficulty through information the way other people navigate it through movement. He was looking at a scan. She did not ask which one. She sat down across from him and told him what Ma had said. Thorn listened without interrupting. When she finished, he was quiet for almost a minute. Then he said, "I know." 2 words. Flat and final. She stared at him. He said, "I have known for 8 days. I did not know how to begin the conversation. I've been trying to determine if there is a version of it that is survivable. He looked at the screen. He said, "There isn't." She asked him, "What did you find?" He said, "The procedure created an anchor. I designed something I believed would hold consciousness in place during the death event. And it did. But the mechanism of how it holds is not biological in the way I modeled it. The anchor goes into something I cannot properly measure. And when the intelligence that heard the signal followed it back here, it found the anchor, and it found Orin attached to it, and it understood, in whatever way that kind of intelligence understands things, that Orin was a fixed point, a way to remain present in a physical world it had no other means of touching, and it began building the equipment it needs to stay." He stopped. He looked at her. The second nervous system is not nervous tissue in any biological sense. It is the infrastructure of something that does not have a body building itself one, using the only materials available. She said, "And the mirrors?" He said, "The mirrors, yes. The reflections lag because something is observing, deeply, carefully observing, learning what physical reality looks like from the inside, learning what we look like, how we move, what the rules are." He folded his hands on the desk. "It is not malevolent. That is important to understand. It is not doing this to harm anyone. It is simply curious. It has been asleep for longer than we can meaningfully measure, and now it is awake, and the world is new to it, and it is examining everything with the specific thoroughness of a mind that has never had access to sensory experience before." He stopped again. That thoroughness is the problem, because a mind that large, examining physical reality with no framework for limitation, will not stop at Orin. When the second system is complete, when it has what it needs to remain anchored, it will begin expanding the anchor outward. Contact, proximity, exposure. And whatever it touches, death will lose the ability to find. And the signal will change, and it will have no reason to rest. She said, "All of us." He said, "All of everything, given enough time." She thought about what she was going to say next for a long moment. Then she said, "Orin knows." Thorn said, "I know he knows." She said, "He's been trying to tell us what to do about it." Thorn said nothing. She said, "There's a way to break the anchor." Ma said it. The anchor is biological.
Take that!
It lives in the tissue, in the cellular architecture procedure. The tissue is destroyed completely and fast enough that the regeneration cycle cannot keep pace. The anchor fails. The consciousness releases. Whatever is using the anchor loses the fixed point. If it loses the fixed point before the second system is complete, before it has fully established its presence here, it retreats. It goes back to rest, because the condition it needs to remain awake, one thing in the universe that cannot complete, no longer exists. Thorn looked at the screen for a long time and he said, "A deep freeze mode."
Incoming!
She said, "Yes." He said, "It would have to be fast, faster than the regeneration cycle.
Expo is about to activate.
112 degrees. In under 3 minutes, the cells shatter. Not degrade, shatter. There is no substrate left for the repair process to work from. No tissue memory, nothing to read, nothing to anchor to." She said, "Yes." He looked at her. He said, "You're telling me this because Orin asked you." She said, "He asked me 3 days ago. He said he already knew how it had to end. He said he'd seen the page. Before Nira could act, Rook did. His medical extraction team moved at 3 in the morning, in the specific window of the facility's monitoring cycle, where the overlap between security shifts created a gap of approximately 4 minutes. They entered Orin's quarters under the legal provisions of the monitoring access files. They were carrying sedation equipment, a blood extraction rig, large volumes quickly and cleanly. The team leader had done extractions from uncooperative subjects before. He was confident in the protocol. They found Orin awake, sitting in the center of the room on the floor, cross-legged, eyes open. He looked at them the way you look at something that was always going to happen. It's now happened. Neither surprised nor relieved. He said, "I asked you to bring me." 2 days ago,
Red team has gained an advantage.
the team leader explained the legal authorization. Orin said, "I understand. I'm not going to fight you. I want you to understand something first. What is in your blood is not treatment. You've seen what happens when it reaches a body. Doesn't have the architecture, the procedure built. I've seen the page and asking you to leave
A
because of what
console
happens
is
to you,
about to activate.
not because of what happens to me." The team leader administered the sedation. Orin went under in less than a minute. The team moved quickly and efficiently. The extraction rig was positioned. The team leader felt the operation was going to be clean. 9 minutes later, Orin opened his eyes. The sedation dose would have kept a man his size unconscious for 6 hours.
Console is
His body
active.
had processed it, and his process is
Pace yourselves.
tenth of the expected time. He sat up. He looked at the extraction team. He looked at the rig position beside him. He did not raise his voice. He said, "Please leave, right now. I'm asking you as clearly as I can." 2 of the team members left immediately. Something in the room had shifted in a way that their bodies registered before their minds processed it. The air had changed. Not temperature, not pressure, not anything measurable. Just a quality of presence that was not Orin, that was not anyone in the room, that came from somewhere beneath the surface of things and made the instinct to leave feel indistinguishable from the instinct to survive. The team leader called Rook. Rook told him to proceed. The equipment failed. Not with sparks, not with visible malfunction. Each piece stopped working in sequence, in an order that the team leader would spend a long time afterward trying to describe. It was like watching someone close every window in a building, he said, but the windows were closing from the inside, and there was no one inside doing it. The lights went. Emergency lighting came on red. In the red light, in the silence of equipment that had just been running and wasn't anymore. The team leader looked at the polished surface of the extraction rig's housing and saw his reflection, and then he looked at where his team members were standing and looked back at the reflection. And the reflections were not in the same positions as the people casting them, not dramatically different, just different enough, just wrong enough. The team left, all of them. They did not stop walking until they were in a different section of the facility. Rook, receiving the team leader's report over the phone, was very quiet for a moment. Then, he said he would handle it himself in the morning. He did not handle it in the morning, because by the time morning came, the situation had already completed. Orin came to Nira at 8 o'clock in the evening. He knocked on the monitoring station door, which he had never done before,
Refreshing.
and waited for her to open it. When she did, he stood in the doorway for a moment and looked at her, and she looked at him, and something in the quality of the silence between them acknowledged what they both already knew this conversation was going to be. He sat down. He put both hands flat on the table between them, palms down, the way a person does when they want to make something physical, present,
I
real.
chose you.
He said, "I'm going to tell you something, and I need you to hear all of it before you say anything." She said, "Okay." He said, "The thing that is building itself inside me is not me. I've been able to feel the line between where I end and where it begins since the 3rd week, and that line moves every day. It gets smaller. It is not afraid. It does not experience what I would call emotion. It is working the way a machine works, toward a finished state, and it does not know or care that there is a person in the way of that state, because the concept of a person is not something it has a category for. It has never touched the physical world before. It doesn't understand that I exist separately from the tissue it is using. He paused. He looked at his hands. When
The
it
match
finishes,
starts
I won't
soon.
be here anymore. Not dead. That would be easier. Just displaced. Pushed into the margins of myself until there isn't enough of me left to be anything. And whatever is where what remains will be very good for a hero like me.
Hold on to your points. Seize theirs.
She said, Orin. He said, I need you to end it, not the project. Me. I need the tissue destroyed fast enough that the regeneration cycle can't keep up. And I need you to do it because Thorn won't. There is no one else in this facility who understands what I'm asking well enough to
You've
actually do
captured
it.
Dragon.
I looked up at her. I know what happens when
You've
the
lost
weapon breaks
life.
cleanly. I've seen it. The thing retreats. It goes back to the original procedure before it had a reason to wake up. It goes back to rest. And everything that would have happened, every person that would have been pulled away, every expansion of the anchor outward, every death that death itself can no longer reach.
Persevere.
It stops here. It was quiet for a moment. I'm not asking you to kill me. I want to be very clear about that. I'm asking you to release me. What is happening to me?
You've lost Dragon.
I've been trying to find out for what it is and the closest.
Adrenaline rising.
I'm asking you to end the occupation. She sat with that for a long time. The facility hummed around them. Someone in the lower levels, the monitoring system, pinged something and then went quiet. She said, I know. She found Thorn in his office 20 minutes later. He was still at his screens. He looked like a man who had been sitting in the same position for hours and had stopped noticing. She told him what Orin had said. Thorn listened. When she was done, he was quiet for a moment. And then he did something she had not expected. He pulled up the
You captured
facility's
Ryan!
internal systems on his screen and navigated to the environmental controls for the main observation range. He
You've
opened
captured Dragon.
the side. The deep freeze protocol requires a single authorization to activate. I'm giving you that authorization now. In 40 minutes, before the system logs the access, and flags it to the security team. He moved the screen so she could see it. The access sequence is 6 digits. Those sequences. She memorized them.
We
He
shall
said,
return.
there was one more thing.
The Colosseum's artifacts are accruing power.
Retreats. But retreating is not the same as sleeping.
Incoming.
We remember that this was possible. We will remember that there was
You've lost Dragon.
and we will listen to that frequency and patience that we cannot meaningfully
Adrenaline
compare to
rising.
anything in human experience. We will listen for a very long time. He looked at his screen. What that means for the future, I cannot tell you. I
The
can tell you
artifacts
that
have
the
reached
future is
maximum
better than the
power.
alternative. She left.
You've captured the
She
field.
walked through the Kratos corridors, which had been white and clean and hopeful in October, and were now something different.
You've lost
See it in
life.
holes if she looked. Rust-colored staining in the seams of the lower panels. Moisture from behind the insulation finding its way through. Lights in unused sections that flickered at intervals.
Red Team has obtained an artifact.
The smell, faint but persistent, that she associated with deep water, with salt and cold, and something below both of those things that she didn't have a word for. The facility was changing in the same direction.
You've
Orin was
captured
changing.
Dragon.
Something about proximity to the procedure, to the anchor, was affecting the material of the place. She did not include this in any report. There was no longer any point. She found Orin at the window that looked out over the ice. The observation corridor and the facility's upper level had a single window that showed the exterior. Through it, the polar night was complete and absolute. Blackness with no graduation, no source, no horizon. The cloud cover was total. The aurora, which sometimes gave the dark a quality of colour, was not visible. It was just black in every direction, as flat and final as the bottom of the ocean.
We shall
He was standing with one hand against the glass. He didn't turn around when she came in. He said, I can feel it finishing. It's not done, but it's close. Close enough that I can feel the edge of what I'm about to stop being. It was quiet for a moment. I want you to know that I'm still here. Right now, talking to you, I'm still fully here. I'm telling you because I don't know how much longer I'll be able to tell the difference. I want there to be a record of it, even if the record is only you. She said his name. He turned around. His eyes were the same. She had been watching his eyes for weeks, because they were the place she kept looking for the thing that wasn't him. And in that moment, they were still his, still carrying the specific
Red team has obtained an artifact.
his whole life and
Lost life.
truths that looks like steadiness, because there was no longer any point in flinching. He said,
The Colosseum's artifacts are accruing power.
people stopped doing that about a week ago. They look at me like I'm already the thing I'm warning them about. A small pause. I've been thinking about what you said when you asked if it felt like a gift. I want to change my answer. It's not even drowning.
You've
It's more
captured
like being
Dragon.
underwater. Dark, but you've spent the whole crew. Except this time you know exactly how much air you have.
The artifacts have reached
You know that
maximum
that
power.
isn't coming back down. You know the surface is
Blue
there.
team has
You
obtained an artifact.
just can't reach it. He turned back to the window. I'm ready. She activated the protocol from the control panel beside the door. The temperature in the room began to drop immediately. The environmental systems were designed to be rapid for exactly the reason the protocol existed. A pathogen breach at depth cannot be managed slowly. The cold moved through the
lost
air
life.
like something solid. Her breath frosted immediately. She watched through the sealed observation glass as the Rigard climbed down past zero, past the range where biological tissue becomes fragile, past the point where human cells begin to rupture, past anything that the human experience of cold is a reference point for. Orin did not move. He stood at the window with his hand against the glass. His breath misted once, twice, and then the mist froze before it could disperse and hung in the air in front of him, suspended, still. The frost moved across the glass around his hand, across the walls, across the floor. The observation suite was becoming what it needed to become. And he stood in the center of it, and he did not flinch, and he did not turn around. And then, in the last few seconds, he
You've captured Lion.
placed it on the glass beside the first.
You've captured
Both
Dragon.
arms flapped against the window, the way a man stands against something he has decided to face. His reflection in the glass did not mirror him. The reflection raised its hands a half second later. The same
Red team has obtained an artifact.
surface for weeks. But this time, the
You
reflection's
captured the
hands
field.
didn't match. They pressed against the glass from the other side, from the inside of the reflection, as though something was on the other side of the glass pressing back against him. Not threatening, not desperate, just present. The way something is present when it has never touched anything before, and is touching something for the first time and does not want to let go. The protocol completed, the reflection went still, and Orin was gone. Naira stood at the glass for a long time. The frost covered everything. The room beyond was a bright blue.
The Colosseum's artifacts are
Still
accruing
there
power.
until the emergency heat. Cycling kicked in and began the slow work of returning the suite to a temperature that equipment could survive. She stood there longer than that. Severin Rook was found unresponsive in his suite. In the facility's guest quarters at 40 minutes past midnight, the attending physician called from the medical wing noted the absence of prior indicators and the presence of an expression on Rook's face that
The
she
artifacts have
included
reached
in her report.
maximum power.
They were removed and then included again finally.
You've lost the
His
field.
accuracy required it. She had never seen it before.
Endurance
No
drain.
patient, in any circumstance. She had no vocabulary for it. She left it in the report and marked it for
Got the
follow-up.
target.
And the follow-up never happened, because the report was classified along with everything else within 72 hours. The cause of death was listed as cardiac failure. The Lazarus,
You've lost Dragon.
the shock, The cradle was sealed.
You can't keep a good man down.
Tied down in a sequence that Edison supervised and completed without comment. The official statement was through a subsidiary of Rose Company that had no public association with the project, said the subject had experienced an unforeseen biological vascular event incompatible with survival. The word grieved briefly, the specific grief of a hope that was new enough not to have been fully believed in yet, and then moved on. Edison's final log entry was generated in the 3 hours after his death. It was 43 pages long. Every page contained one sentence. The sentence was the same on every page, from the first to the last, without variation, without additional comment. The door is closed. The door is closed. The door is closed. The facility was evacuated over the next 4 days. Personnel were debriefed individually, given NDAs with enough teeth to make violation a specific and tangible
You
personal
captured the
task,
field!
and released into their lives with instructions about what they were allowed to say, and generous settlement that most of them were too tired to refuse. They went home. They tried to sleep. Some of them found it easier than others. Naira walked out of the cradle on foot the night the last transport came. She had not wanted to be inside the facility any longer than she needed to be.
You've
She
lost
had time
life!
for the
Got the target.
and the polar night outside was so dark that she had found over the preceding weeks that the dark was easier than the building. She walked on the ice in the direction of nothing in particular. The cold was extreme, the kind of cold that makes breathing feel like an act of courage.
The Colosseum's
Silence
artifacts
was
are
total.
accruing power!
No wind, no sound from any direction, just the flat black expanse of the shelf stretching away from her, and above it the cloud cover. Above her somewhere,
Got the
the thing
target.
she could not see. The clouds broke just
Captured
before the
Dragon!
transport in the distance. The aurora came back, green, slow, crossing the black sky in long curves the way it always did, the way it had been
The
doing
artifacts have reached
this
maximum power!
longer than anyone had been here to see it.
Your team is
She stood
victorious!
and watched it. She thought about what Ma had said, that it would listen, that it was patient, that it would hear the frequency again if it was ever generated again. She thought about all the
give up. Brace yourself. Make haste.
A console is about to activate.
That's the stuff.
Barely.
Stop me. Kill them all. Brace yourselves.
Secure the console.
Watch the way.
Red team has gained an advantage.
Brace yourselves.
Red team has gained an advantage.
That's the stuff. We shall shake it off. Persevere.
is about to activate.
Brace adrenaline pull. Incoming.
All dead.
Shake it off.
A console is about to activate. Console is active.
Brace yourself gaining adrenaline. It's easy when you know how. My leg. Get the point. Kill them all.
Secure the console. Blue team has gained an advantage.
Strong. Brace yourselves. Gaining adrenaline. That can kill them all.
Red team has gained an advantage.
It's not time for eternal sleep. Get up.
A console is about to activate.
match starts soon. Hold on to your points. Seize theirs. That's the stuff. Point C is in enemy hands. Point A is yours. Forged away. All together. The enemy has point A. The enemy has taken point B. Point C is in enemy hands. Never give up. Make haste. We shall return.
Cores installed. Charging the laser.
Seriously.
Gaining adrenaline. Point A is yours. Brace yourselves.
Cannon operational. Ready for targeting coordinates.
I could use a hand over here.
All together. Brace yourself. Getting hot. Point C is yours now.
Skyhammer calibrated to red.
Brace yourselves. Gaining adrenaline. Point B belongs to you. The enemy has point A. Back in fighting condition. Point C is in enemy hands. That's the stuff. Brace yourselves. All together. The enemy has taken Point B. Kill shot.
Cores installed. Charging the laser.
Point A is yours. Brace yourself.
For targeting coordinates.
Point C is yours now.
Skyhammer calibrated to red.
Strong. The enemy has Point A. Brace yourself. Feel the attack. Incoming. Never give up. Point C is in enemy hands. Point A is yours. Brace yourselves. Gaining adrenaline. Pressure. You can never have too much treasure. match starts soon. Hold on to your points. Seize theirs. Enemy captured the mansion. Assistance needed. Ready for action. Can't stop. Enemy captured the clock tower. Strong. Windmill captured. Clock tower captured. Enemy captured the mansion. Next stop. Adrenaline rising. Go. Kill 'em all. You can't stop it. Enemy captured the clock tower. Adrenaline rising.
You are all weaklings.
Enemy captured the windmill. tower captured. Enemy captured the mansion. Reporting for duty. Strong. Adrenaline rising. Tower. My strength fails me. Enemy captured the windmill. Clock tower captured. Windmill captured. Adrenaline rising. Clock tower captured. Enemy captured the windmill. Now, and one. Adrenaline rising. It burns. Windmill captured. Enemy captured the mansion. Clock tower captured. Windmill captured. Enemy captured the mansion.
Each one hits the last. May the Six watch over you.
Here!
Secure the console.
Won't anyone help me? And you thought I was weak.
I need some help. Glad you could help. Feel the adrenaline. Adrenaline rising.
A console is about to activate.
You'll be feeling that one for days.
Red team has gained an advantage. A console is about to activate. Console is active.
A good monstrosity.
Blue team has gained an advantage. Secure the console.
match starts soon. Hold on to your points. Seize theirs. The enemy has point A. Point C is yours now. No. Nice of me. Point B belongs to you. Gaining adrenaline. Refreshing. I need some help. You can't keep a good chart down. You can't stop me. Pressure. Can't stop. Adrenaline rising.
Cores installed. Charging the laser.
No. Help me. Point A is yours.
Cannon operational. Ready for targeting coordinates.
The enemy has point A.
Skyhammer calibrated to red.
Strong. You can't stop. Gaining adrenaline. No. Point C is in enemy hands. The enemy has point A. Point C is yours now. The enemy has taken Point B. The enemy has Point A. Adrenaline rising.
Cores installed. Charging the laser.
Point B belongs to you.
Attack my target!
Cannon operational. Ready for targeting coordinates.
Gaining adrenaline. Point C is in enemy hands. Point A is yours. Gaining adrenaline. Strong. Strong.
Skyhammer calibrated to blue.
The enemy has Point A. Point B belongs to you. Adrenaline rising. Point A is yours. I need some help. You can't keep a big charge down.
Cores installed. Charging the laser.
Strong.
I call upon the storm's power. The end is near.
Can't stop me.
Cannon operational. Ready for targeting coordinates.
Point C is yours now. The enemy. The enemy has taken Point B. Point B belongs to you.
Attack my
Point
target!
A is yours. Your team is victorious.
I wield great wisdom.
Hold on to your points. Seize theirs. The plaza is yours. You've taken the market. I am readying my arena. Come, mortals, and contend for my favor. The plaza is lost. Assistance pack. My arena awaits. Prove your worth and gain my favor. You've lost the market. The plaza is yours.
Clouds rising. I can't see it. I'm wounded. Reinforcements ready.
You've yielded the pier.
Can't stop gaining.
The plaza is lost.
No.
I am readying my arena. Come, mortals, and contend for my favor. The plaza is yours. My arena awaits. Prove your worth and gain my favor.
Come here.
You've lost the market.
Reinforcements requested. Repression.
You yielded the pier. My arena awaits. Prove your worth and gain my favor. The plaza is yours.
Feel the pain.
Adrenaline rising.
That shake.
Strong.
The plaza is lost.
I need some help.
You've secured the pier. My arena awaits. Prove your worth and gain my favor. You've yielded the pier.
Strong. Oh. That has a
You've lost the market. The plaza is yours.
I chose you.
The match starts soon. Hold on to your points. Seize theirs. Enemy captured the mansion.
Pet has suffered terrible.
Pressure. Enemy captured the clock tower. Enemy captured the windmill. Adrenaline rising.
There. Target identified.
Adrenaline rising. Windmill captured. Can't stop it. Enemy captured the windmill. Enemy captured the mansion. Ready for anything. Enemy captured the clock tower. It's easy when you know how.
Come here. Attack my target!
match starts soon. Hold on to your points. Seize theirs.
Attack my target!
Brace yourselves. March on. Getting on. Torch the way.
This is getting serious.
Not enough energy. Kill them all. Fall back. Income freight getting up. March on. Torch the way. Buster.
You can't stop me!
The enemy has Raven. Wolves fallen to the enemy. Gaining adrenaline. Brace yourselves. March on. Feel the adrenaline. Persevere.
Attack my target!
Kill them all. Gaining adrenaline. Buster. Brace yourself. Catch the taste.
Each more hideous than the last.
Justice, courage, and sorrow. The orb has appeared. Brace yourselves. Pace yourselves. Buster.
Attack my target!
Seriously. Adrenaline rising. Never give up. Brace yourselves. Buster. We shall. That's the stuff. Bear is yours.
Attack my target!
Can't breathe. Persevere. You've seized Wolf. Brace yourselves. March on. They've taken Bear. Incoming. Buster. Wolves fallen to the enemy. Shake it off. taken Bear! Kill them all! Brace yourselves! Assistance needed. Ready for action. We shall Bear is yours. Persevere. Ready for anything. I'm bleeding. The orb has appeared. They've taken Bear. Brace yourselves. All together. Shake it off. That's the stuff. The enemy has Raven. Strong. match starts soon.
Hold on to your points. Seize theirs.
Brace yourselves. Make haste. Shake it off.
Your enemy has the temple now.
Persevere. Incoming.
I'm hurt.
You control the gate.
Assistance needed. Faster. Brace yourselves. Adrenaline rising.
You've got the temple.
I feel strong. All together. Kill them all.
You've captured the altar.
I carry the wind.
Strong.
Into the
You've got the temple.
Brace yourself. March on. Make haste. Shake it off. Oh, kill them all. Adrenaline full. Sharpest. Strong. March on. Target identified. Reinforcements requested. It burns. Kill them all. Brace yourselves. Stillness has gaining adrenaline. Brace yourselves. I'm hurting. Check it off.
enemy seized the altar.
Target identified.
Your enemy has the temple now.
Kill them all.
You control the gate.
Gaining adrenaline. Pressure.
You've captured the altar.
Shake it off. I won't persevere.
Your enemy has the gate.
Adrenaline. Hey, bracelet incoming. That's the stuff.
Stand and fight.
Brace yourself. Tranquilizing. Faster. We shall
Tranquility has appeared.
Getting pumped.
Your enemy seized the altar. The enemy has all 3 points. Get them back!
Another.
You've got the temple!
Faster.
You've captured the altar!
Pressure. Brace yourself. Income. March on. Kill them all.
You control the gate!
Forge the way. Adrenaline rising. Getting pumped. Ready. Strong. We shall return. Brace yourself. Ready for anything. Never give up. That's the stuff. Armored up. Regression. Target identified.
Your team is victorious! arm down.
Time to lay down the law.
The match starts soon. Last chance to nail down your strategy.
All right, you lot. We'll seize this town right after we settle things with the local lord. Power through their outer gates! Buster, back in fighting condition.
This is getting serious.
Brace yourselves! Shake it off! Now's our chance to end this! Kill their lord! What are you waiting for? Can't be far to that mist essence.
darkness.
We shall shake it off.
You'll be better out for your days.
Little help.
That's the stuff. All together. Armored up. Brace yourselves. March on.
Untouchable.
Forged away. That feels good. Kill them all. Make haste. Shake it off. Brace yourselves. It burns. Feel the adrenaline. Forged away.
Reach their defenses.
Back in fighting condition. We shall return. Incoming. Brace yourselves. Buster. Brace yourselves.
What are you waiting for?
March on.
Can't be far to that distance.
We shall shake it off. Armored up. Brace yourselves.
We've got a knife in the darkness.
March on. Shake it off. Gaining adrenaline. Make haste. Forged away. Buster. Brace yourselves. Shake it off. Kill them all. Incoming. Brace yourself. March on.
Ah, not bad at all. Now this town belongs to us. match starts soon.
Hold on to your points. Seize theirs.
You've captured Lion! Back in fighting condition. You've lost the field. Brace yourselves. We will never yield. Brace yourselves. We shall shake it off. You've lost Dragon. Brace yourself. March on. Adrenaline rising. Shake it off. Getting up. Kill them all. Brace yourselves. You've captured the field. Shake it off. Persevere. You've captured Dragon. Rushing. You've lost Lion. We will never yield. Brace yourself. Our fight is your failure. March on here. Faster. The Colosseum's artifacts are accruing power. Brace yourself. March on. Shake it off. The artifacts have reached maximum power. Brace yourself. Getting up. Persevere. March on. Kill them all. We will never yield. Aggression. Strong. We shall return. Adrenaline incoming. You've captured Dragon. Kill them all. You've lost the field. Brace yourself. Brace yourselves. You've lost life. Rushing. You lose. Colosseum's artifacts are accruing power! Brace yourselves! Pace yourselves! Shake it off! Gaining! Never give up!
This is getting serious.
You've captured Lion! The artifacts have reached maximum power! You've captured the field! Brace yourselves! We will never yield! Adrenaline rising! We shall shake it off! Gaining adrenaline! Brace yourselves! We shall return! Brace yourselves! You've captured Lion! March on! You've captured Dragon! You've lost the field! We will never yield! Brace yourselves! Brace yourself! Shake it off! You've lost life! The Colosseum's artifacts are accruing power! You've captured the field!
Go forth, my minion.
The artifacts have reached maximum power! Need more endurance. You've captured Dragon! Towards the way. Shake it off! Persevere! We will never yield! Our might is your failure. Brace yourselves! Pace yourselves! We shall shake it off! All together! Brace yourself! You've lost the field! Never give up! You've captured Lion! You've lost Dragon! Gaining
Your team is victorious. The match starts soon.
Hold on to your points. Seize theirs. captured dragon! Brace yourselves! You've lost the field! Never give up! We shall return! Incoming!
I'm here. I'll bring you back.
We will never yield! You've captured Lion! Yourselves! Fall back! Brace your adrenaline full! Never give up! You've lost Lion! You've captured the field! Brace yourselves! No! Shake it off! Come here, old friend. The end is near. You've captured the field! The Colosseum's artifacts are accruing power! Brace yourselves! Persevere! Forge the way!
Seriously.
We will never yield! Our might is your failure! The artifacts have reached maximum power! I don't have enough energy. Brace yourselves! Shake it off!
I cannot lose my grip.
Persevere! All together! On way! Brace yourselves! Brace yourselves! Close to time. Persevere! Adrenaline rising. Never give up. Shake it off. That's the stuff. Pressure. You've captured the field. You've lost the field. Pressure. Brace yourself. March on. artifacts have reached maximum power. Brace all together. Strong. Poor thing. Make haste. Brace yourselves. March on. We will never yield. Shake it off. Our might is your failure.
My pet is down! Don't get there!
Brace your march on. Endurance drain. Never give up. Gaining adrenaline.
Help me.
Brace yourselves.
Come here,
March on. Getting up. Forge the way. All together. The Colosseum's artifacts are accruing power. We will never yield. Brace yourselves. We shall shake it off. Adrenaline rises. Away. The artifacts have reached maximum power. Armored up.
Secure the console. Red team has gained an advantage.
Brace yourselves, gaining march on. We will never yield. Our might
Blue
is
team
your
has
failure.
gained an advantage.
Torment them. That's the stuff. Faster. Brace yourselves.
Fascinating.
March on. Persevere. Endurance drained. That feels good. Shake it off.
A console is about to activate.
Never give up. Brace yourselves. We will never yield. Ready for anything.
Console is active.
Faster. That feels good.
I carry the wind!
Secure the console.
Brace yourself. Adrenaline rising. Make haste. Shake it off.
Purging toxins.
Persevere. Kill them all. Suffering is your reward. Brace yourself, getting up. Faster.
Red team has gained an advantage.
That's how it's done.
Red team has gained an advantage.
Brace yourself. March on. We will never yield. Shake it off. Our might is your failure. Kill them all.
Through.
I cannot
My way.
is about to activate.
Attack my target!
Console is active.
Get back here!
Hold on to your points. Seize theirs. The plaza is lost.
Brace yourselves.
You've taken the market. You've secured the pier.
Never give up. Strong. Brace yourselves.
You've yielded the pier.
Haste.
I am readying my arena. Come, mortals, and contend for my favor.
Job.
The plaza is lost.
Pace yourselves. Adrenaline rising.
My arena awaits. Prove your worth and gain my favor.
Never give up.
You yielded the fear. My arena awaits. Prove your worth and gain my favor.
Adrenaline rise. We shall return all together. We will never yield. Brace yourselves.
You've secured the fear. The plaza is lost.
March on. Shake it off. Ready for anything. Faster.
You've secured the fear. My arena awaits. Prove your worth and gain my favor.
Adrenaline rising.
You've lost the market. The plaza is lost.
March on.
You've yielded the fear.
Shake it off. Washed away. Pace yourselves.
I am readying my arena. Come, mortals, and contend for my favor. My arena awaits. Prove your worth and gain my favor.
Brace yourselves. We will become might. Pace yourselves. Shake it off. Brace yourselves. That's the stuff.
Let's start soon.
Good thing I didn't name that.
Hold on to your points. Seize theirs. An enemy ship is pulling into the harbor. It's the Capricorn. Brace yourselves. Been captured. Brace yourselves. We will never yield. Shake it off. Persevere. You've taken the archway. Brace yourselves. Never give up. Refreshing. I need some help. Your enemy took the archway! Brace yourself. March on. Forge the way. Be ready to give the signal, and return fire once the cannons are loaded. They've taken the bazaar from you! Never give up. You've taken the archway. Cannons loaded. Ring the bell to signal them to fire. Brace yourselves. Pace yourselves. That is good. We will never yield. Kill them all. Gaining adrenaline. Ready.
Attack my target!
You've taken the archway.
Stay back!
Brace yourselves. Aggression. The bazaar is yours. Kill them all. Be ready to give the signal and return fire once the cannons are loaded. All together. taken the bazaar from you! Adrenaline rising! Kill them all! Make haste! Brace yourselves! Shake it! Persevere! Never give up! Cannons loaded! Ring the bell to signal them to fire! Brace yourselves! March on! We will never yield!
You live by my will.
Shake it off! We persevere! Brace yourself! March on! Blue team, ring the bell! Fire all cannons!
Attack my target.
Shake it off! You've taken the archway! Shake it off!
Spin to win!
That's the stuff! Brace yourself! March on! Never yield! The bazaar is yours! Brace yourselves! Be ready to give the signal, and return fire once the cannons are loaded!
Anyone?
Your team is victorious!
I'll summon another.
points. Seize theirs. Never give up. Shake it off. Persevere. All together. Brace yourselves. March on.
Would serve me well.
Your base is under attack. Your base is under attack. Back in fighting condition. You've captured the quarry. You lost the graveyard. Brace yourselves. Never on. You will never yield.
Things are heating up.
Back in fighting condition. Armored up. You've taken the graveyard.
Hold on.
Strong. Brace yourselves. Shake it. March on.
That's it.
Back in fighting condition.
Synchronized.
We shall
Never
return.
saw this coming.
Persevere. Adrenaline rising. Armored up. Restore. We will never yield. Shake it off. Persevere. You've taken the graveyard. Strong.
For days.
Armored up. Brace your march. Forged away. It's yours. Strong. Armored up. Forged away. Brace yourselves. March on.
Fall to my
Nation. Back in fighting
target
condition.
identified.
Brace yourselves. March on.
captured the quarry.
Brace yourselves. Ready for anything.
You've taken the graveyard.
Shake it off. Gaining adrenaline. Getting up. Persevere.
You lost the waterfall.
Forged away. Adrenaline rising. We will never yield. Nice of you. That feels good. Strong. Brace yourself. All together. Persevere.
It's yours.
Brace yourselves. March on.
You lost the waterfall.
Persevere. Our brace is ready for it. It burns.
Your team is victorious.
match starts soon.
Hold on to your points. Seize theirs.
Refreshing. Shake it off.
We persevere.
You've captured the altar. Your enemy has the temple now. You control the gate.
Brace yourself, Riddle. Launch the way. We will never yield. Shake it off. Brace yourselves. Gaining adrenaline. Launch the way. Faster. That's the stuff. Screw. Brace yourselves. Launch the way.
Your enemy has the temple now.
Shake it off. Incoming. Brace yourselves. Shake it off. We persevere.
I owe you my life.
Control the gate! Faster!
There. Target identified. Ready, aim, and
You've got the temple!
take that!
Brace yourself! Launch the incoming! Shake it off!
Defensive countermeasure.
That's the stuff!
Ready for action. That shape is
Strong! Brace yourself! March on, Mike. It's your failure. Your team is victorious! Tranquility has appeared! Your base is under attack! Your base is under attack!
I chose you.
Spin to win.
The match starts soon. Refreshing.
on to your points. Seize theirs.
I chose you.
Forged away.
You've lost the quarry.
Forged away.
Spin to win.
You lost the graveyard.
Brace yourselves. That's the stuff. Need more endurance. Ready for
Your
anything.
base is under attack. The waterfall is yours.
I can move mountains.
You lost the graveyard.
Brace your forged away. Fresh. Kill 'em all. We will never yield. Make haste.
Barely.
That's the stuff. Persevere. Brace yourselves.
Deploying projectile.
Need some help.
You lost the waterfall. You've lost the quarry.
Brace yourselves. March on. Faster.
You've taken the graveyard.
Brace yourselves. Forged away. All together.
You captured the quarry.
yourselves! March on!
You've lost the quarry.
We will never yield! Our might is your failure, Buster! Make haste!
I'm coming for you.
Kill them all! Brace yourselves! Persevere! Back in fighting condition. Brace yourselves! March on!
You've taken the graveyard.
Forged away! Listen, we will never yield! Might is your failure!
Give up yet?
Brace yourselves! March on!
The waterfall is yours.
Getting up! Refreshing!
Ready for action.
Incoming! Brace yourselves! I'm gaining
Bad
adrenaline!
shape here.
Getting up!
You lost the waterfall. You've captured the quarry.
Brace yourselves!
Attack my target. The waterfall is yours. You've lost the quarry. You lost the graveyard.
Brace yourselves! Incoming! Rising! We will never yield! Our might is your failure! Forged away! We shall return our job!
I wield great wisdom.
The match starts soon.
Hold on to your points. Seize theirs.
Maybe I was the illusion all along.
You lost the graveyard.
Adrenaline rising.
You've lost the quarry.
Can't breathe.
You lost the waterfall. You captured the quarry.
Kill them all. Brace yourselves. March on.
You've lost the quarry.
Faster.
You've captured the quarry. Brace yourselves! Brace yourselves! Incoming! Make haste! We will never yield! Persevere! I feel so. Oh, that's the stuff!
I'm feeling the frost.
You lost the graveyard.
Strong! Brace yourselves! We will never yield! Our might is your failure. We shall return.
Your lord is under attack. Your lord is under attack.
Brace yourselves!